Well, howdy, folks. How's everyone doing? Just getting situated here. See. Uh-oh. YouTube is saying there's an error. Hopefully it's temporary for YouTube. All right. Hopefully everything's all right. My YouTube is complaining a little bit about the bit rate, but Twitch is acting like it's fine. And as far as I can tell, Rumble is as well. So hope there isn't anything too funky going on. Okay. All right. Stream status poor. And OBS isn't really reporting any problems. All right, I'm gonna hope for the best and keep going. And I guess if YouTube drops, maybe I'll cut the stream short. Okay, so we're gonna pick up where we were last time. Sadly, I had found a bunch of, not a bunch, I found some issues I was unaware of with the batch address generation. I thought I would be able to get the address generation fixed in like one stream, and then ran into, let's get this signed into a wallet real quick. So we sign in here and we call this one Jojo. All right, and encrypt, boom. Okay. So what we discovered in the last stream is the receive. This address, we had changed things so this pops up first. And I'm not sure if it's only because of that change or if there was another problem and this only made it more visible. But this wasn't changing anymore. But it was still supposed to change. If I go in here and I say receive, that should change. But now it's not changing. So we discovered why that was happening, but some of it is related to the batch address generation, and some of it is related to some issues with this dialogue. And I've been trying to think how to solve this. I think I've decided on I think I'm going to add a button similar to this button, but with maybe like a little reload icon or something. And if you hover over it, it will generate a new address. So I think I'm going to implement a button like that here, where if you want a new address, you'll be able to generate one. And instead of doing it every time you launch the dialog or close the dialog, we bump it until you click that button. It won't give you a new address. I think that will solve some of our problems. But it will also just make things, I think, more stable. It's nice to get a new address every time, but it's also kind of annoying. If you want to see the exact address you're at, like, you should kind of be able to see that. So, yeah. Um, okay, so that is part of what we need to get to, is we need to get that working again. But the other part inside of it that led us to that is we have this batch stuff, not bath, batch. And it's probably in this file. All right. So we've got batch address generate, bash address usage generate, and so this one will do change addresses and receive addresses at the same time. So it uses only one loop to generate a bunch. And then we're using them in another function that does stuff to store the data inside of IndexedDB here in this one. So these are getting stored by one of these functions. So they're getting stored right here for the init wallet, and let's see. I thought that one should be storing it. That's not storing anything. And that's not, unless did I move the storage to this? Let's see. Okay, yeah. That's all right. So they are all storing it because they're now using this function, generate address iterator. All right. So as soon as it gets generated, we essentially go ahead and store it, and then we return some of the values, which is what's used in these other functions to, like, set the array and whatnot. But now we've got a bunch of these addresses generating. That's good, but we also need to make sure it triggers some of these functions in the right place. So there's this batch address generate, which gets used by this one. And ideally, we should be using this one the most. That's likely the one we'll use the most because it does it by account. And so most of the interactions will likely be by the account and now the usage index. And let's go ahead and, I'm concerned about my YouTube stream. It's still complaining about poor stream health. I don't really want to kill anything and restart though, so. Okay. I need to pull up one of these. This one. All right. So these are the things we need to accomplish with the batch address generate. So needs to check each account's addresses for funds and generate 20 past the last address with funds 4-HD receive. I mean, it kind of needs to do that for change as well. Needs to pre-generate accounts with some addresses when importing a phrase to start adding contacts after the last account with funds. So what this is saying is we're not pre-generating any accounts here. So we only have this single account, which represents our main wallet. Here, we would actually generate several. And then when you create or click new contact, you would start at whichever one had like the next index after the one that had a balance. Because like I was going to do here, let's open a new private window, pull this over, we will copy the address, paste that. All right, so we will set up this wallet with a different phrase. We'll call this one byte, add, encrypt it, and now we've got two wallets. This one should have a balance, I think. Actually, they both might, but both of the balances might be under the different accounts, and so that's what I'm talking about. If we don't want people accidentally reusing an account, say they reuse the phrase and they're not restoring with their contacts, you could have someone reuse essentially an account index that they've already used, and they might think they're getting paid by Johnny, but they're actually getting paid by Sally type of thing, because they reuse the address index. But if we do, I'm actually going to edit this first, so I like adding the name, being able to see it. So if we do that and Jojo, now both of our contacts should have that information in here. So if I copy that and paste and then copy this, so that just added the name right there, and paste that one. All right, so we can add those, and look, there we go. So we do have a balance right there. And I believe that's the full balance, or pretty close to what I was expecting. So I've sent funds between these two wallets multiple times, and they essentially end up at one or the other. And what led me to this batch address generation stuff is in the process of sending them, when you send to a specific contact, so if I click here and say send, it's choosing that contact's information. So if I do 0.1 and click send, it's going to try to send to a new address index for this contact. Did I start music? Let me get some music started here. This is a different playlist than what I normally use, so it's a bit longer. I've kept having the other playlists end before my stream's over, so hopefully this will last the whole time. I think this is a Final Fantasy one. I don't know if I love all these songs, but I'm gonna let that play for now. Okay, so we made some updates to this. I do think I got some feedback from Ryan about this. I don't know. I don't want to deal with the feedback yet because I think it's mostly visual. I'm not positive about that, but I think it was mostly visual. It didn't quite work type of thing. I suppose I can look it up real quick and pull it up. So let me do that. Okay, so there's that other window. There we go. All right, so it's an improvement, but full amount is incorrect. So confirm send. Amount 001, full amount. That is odd. Oh wait, that's old. It doesn't look like that anymore. Or it shouldn't. Subsequent screenshots, one confirmed from above TX, one addition TX with confirmation. I do think I've seen undefined there before, so I will need to look at that. But I forget the scenario. I found that in. That is in the dash. It's in the confirmation thing. It clearly does not work or look great on mobile. I think this is an iPhone he's testing on. Confirm send. So one full amount. Yeah, so this is definitely an old test. As you can see here, this is the confirmation. We changed it to dash network fee total. So I reordered things and I had fixed some stuff. So these might be old, but I will go through. I have seen that. So this undefined may be an issue, but I don't know if I'll get to that in this stream. I'll try to, but I just don't know if it's realistic. All right, it needs to generate change addresses in addition to the current receive addresses. This is at least partially fixed. I might go ahead and edit this real quick, because if I change these to check boxes, I can at least check them off when they're done. If I do update that, I'm not going to check any of these off yet until I'm more confident that the entire flow that I'm expecting is working. But I was trying to capture what I need to do in kind of plain English. So we need to do that. Initial wallet creation, page load, batch generate addresses for. We are doing that. That's successful. That's why it's checked off. There's not much more to do there. Send dialog. Select next address index for contact, account, or main wallet. Hmm. Should also select next address index for main account. So this is true for the change. If I am switching this this one might get altered here. So that also looks like a different address now. Interesting. Oh wait, no, that makes sense. It's a different wallet, so of course it's a different address. Yeah, I was expecting to see that. Alright, let me move that off screen. Receive dialog, selects next, address index, or on receive in WebSocket or when. Update all balances. This is part of what I started looking into. So we need to check the number of stored addresses after current address index at the account index. Ah, that's right. Okay, so where I got a little thrown off in the last stream is in addresses, we were not storing the usage index. Oh, no. It wasn't just the usage index. We weren't storing the usage index or the X key ID, and now we're storing both of them. And that was problematic because when the WebSocket gets triggered, all we have at that moment is access to the addresses that are being returned. I might actually be able to show that if I pull up network here and go to the WebSocket and messages. So this is what comes through in the WebSocket stuff. You get a transaction ID with a VOUT, and it has different values to different addresses like that. So we have that address. We essentially have to take this address and then go into our IndexedDB addresses here and go, hey, is this address in here? And we check it. And if it's in the list, then we go, okay, it's one of our addresses. We need to do something with it. And what happened is we're trying to add change support. So when you send an amount to a contact, like I was just showing previously, where's that window? Come on, there it is. So when you do this, right now we are using a receive address, and we might even be defaulting to the, actually that's, well, I mean, it's the same thing. So if I click send here, it selects a contact, we do that, and this will essentially try to send that exact amount to this wallet. That is the likely fee, and we tell it that's what we're expecting to send. I don't want to send this yet because I haven't changed everything I need to. I want to get some changes in there. I'm just going through this, trying to think through it. All right, so in that transaction, whoops, that's not the one I wanted to resize, this one. If there's any change, if we have to break apart one of our coins to send that exact amount, there will be change. And so we have to provide a change address to send the change to. Currently, that's what I said is we've been using the receive address, not the change address. And so we want to switch that, but we did not have any change addresses being supported or used. And so I added this usage index. I believe the documentation AJ had written, it was called use, and I decided I liked usage better. Mostly because my brain goes use or use. But usage is, you know, a little bit more clear to me. What is this address's usage, essentially? Okay, but what we need to do in this is when we select that change address, we still need to do all this incrementing and whatnot. But we also need to listen to the dash socket, which is what I was showing in the network tab here. And if any of our addresses show up here, we need to bump our next index, which is being stored inside of accounts here in this usage array. So the zero index array item, which is set to 1, is our receive. The 1 index 1 is set to 0, so it's the first one. But once we use that, it should bump this second one up for change. All right, and that's what I need to do. So let's try and get into some code here. I'm gonna drag this back off screen. I'm gonna drag this one off screen. I'm gonna cancel that send, and we're gonna see what we can do here. All right, I need to get to the batch stuff. So batch adders generate. Realize I got a little sidetracked and didn't finish a thought completely, but it's probably okay. I'll get back to it later, but it was related to this receive stuff and changing the button interaction here and what happens with the contact. So I just want to get into actually testing some stuff out. I think I'm going to start with the WebSocket stuff. Actually, no, I'm going to bring this back over. So what had happened in the previous stream is we pre-generate 20 addresses for each receive. We're now doing 20 addresses for each change, and that's 20 for, or 40 total for each well, your main wallet plus all the contacts. So right now, when we go to addresses, we've got 80. What had happened is I was sending funds back and forth like so. So I'd go to send to Jojo, put in 1, click send, and then I'd send. And I was doing that multiple times between the wallets and just kept sending back and forth. What had happened is we ran out of pre-cached addresses and it stopped updating the balance, because the way we update these balances is by this cached list of addresses. We have to request these. We can do them individually. Right now, we are also doing a bulk request for them. But we do a request like that. That's a whole bunch of addresses, a string that's comma separated, and it returns a response of what the balance is. Right now, we have no balance in here, so we have an empty array. If you're not generating the next addresses in here, we don't know to request them, and then we think we've got a zero balance wallet. And I had gotten it to the point where I had funds in the wallet. I could no longer send them back, though, because I had generated out of it, and I had to manually do something to generate those extra addresses. And so that's what I'm trying to fix right now, is how to get it so, you know, like, other than me, there's probably not going to be that many people who know enough about the current state of this to figure out how to generate more addresses. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here, is let's get those extra addresses generated. And as you click back and forth, they should keep generating more so that you never run out of a cache of addresses and never get blindsided where you should have funds, but they're not showing up. And it's all because there's not enough cached addresses generated. Okay. So one of the ways we're trying to solve that issue is inside of main.js here, we've got this init-socket. And so this connects to a WebSocket for -insight. We're actually, I don't know if there's any actual reason to do just the TX lock or TX. I did the TX lock because it just seemed a little more official. I assume you could send a transaction and it could not be locked, and so it's not actually considered sent to the, you know, the receiving party. And that's why I opted for TX lock, is for that reason alone. But at some point, we might need to account for both of them. We might want to do different things on each of them, or maybe like on transaction, we mark, like we're not even storing transactions right now, but other than temporarily, I do have this app state sent transactions thing. And so I am storing the TX IDs that we generate and send, but they're not being cached anywhere. So there isn't a list of the transactions here in the IndexedDB or anything like that. We likely will need to change that. I believe right now our roadmap, the transaction list is actually in stage 3, and we're kind of still really in the early stages of stage 2 here. Even like it could be argued we're still kind of fixing some QA stuff from the MVP stage 1. So we're not exactly to the transaction thing, but it might be useful to store those. But at least with this setup, we've got the data in an accessible format and wrapping it so that we have a new store that we can store the transactions. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, but we get these transactions. We check if, for instance, this is going, if the transaction ID is in our list, we assume that it's sent and we update the funds balance minus the transaction fee. And this has been relatively accurate, but it's not perfect. So that will probably need to be fixed at one point, but it's not exactly batch related. We've got if the address exists in our list. So check adder is this list. Any address in here would ping off of check adder. TX updates, TX ID, store address. So we get the address and then we update it with the insight information. This is part of what we need to make sure is happening for the change addresses. Okay, and that's where I was implementing the batch generate stuff. So essentially, if the address isn't found, we don't get to any of the other stuff. If the address is found and we're the ones who sent the transaction, we do some updates here. That might not be right. I think I say that every time I look at that. It seems backwards, and yet it works mostly. So I think it's technically right, but something about how it's organized doesn't seem right. Because this is only sent transactions, which means we sent it. So if we found the address and the transaction ID, we sent it. We should not be setting the duffs to that, I don't think. But I think the reason this works is what's actually happening here is we're setting the duffs to the change amount. Maybe that's update insight for change. Updates insight info for change address. I think that's what this is doing, and why it actually makes sense that it's setting to the duff, because it's essentially the duff amount. But we may actually need to adjust this when we're generating new change addresses. Yeah, we'll see. But at least with that note, now that's more clear to me. All right, so assuming that one of those is false, likely this one, that's when we get down here is the check address would be true at this point. So check address, honestly, we don't even need that. Because if check address were false, we'd already return false here. So then check address here is true. But it does make it a little bit more clear to me. I'm actually going to leave it commented out for now. Address, I'll find a better way to do that at some point. So we get information from the transaction. We update the balance based on the transaction. Found address and store, we log information about it. And then we get to here, we get the item, we update it with the updated at, and this is where we needed the X key ID added to here, is we have the wallet ID and the X key ID. So now we're able to get from this other IndexedDB collection, and we're able to say, hey, give us this index ID, or give us this, not index ID, X key ID. So we get the X key ID like that, and then we make sure that the other addresses are generated. So we say batch generate temp wallet. So we're getting whatever values are here. So usage, address, or account index. So address index is actually that first one. And what else do we want? We get the usage index, is that right? Oh, no, that gives us the address index.
We hope you enjoy the musical stylings of the Scuba Diver.
And we know which one to get because we also now include usage index right there in these addresses. So 1, 0, whatever. Okay. So this looks like at least it's somewhat already set up to work. It should be generating the new addresses. with the usage set, count usage batch size should default to 20 for batch size. So with the usage set, it gets into this function and we do this. So usage index is greater than or equal to 0. We do just the singular one. If it's not, we do both. So this does both receive and change addresses. This one will just do whichever one is set for the usage index. So if we end up receiving a change address, it's only going to generate new batch stuff for the for the exact usage. So change or receive, not for both of them. Okay, so that's already set up. We might be decently configured here. I had done enough that I was a little concerned by that. But it looks like this should work already. And we log the information we get. We eliminated having to derive the information there. That's why it's commented out, is I was having to do that initially. Now we've got enough information stored that we don't need to derive new information every single time. But this batch generate account adders, that will derive information if it needs to. So if we go back and look here, we do provide the wallet information. So like it has receive wallet here. Then it takes the account data and figures out what it needs to do. We get a filtered store length. Looked into that recently. I forgot it wasn't returning an array. It's literally returning a number that's the length. If it's 0, we set the address index to 0 and the batch size to the usage index. Is that right? Usage index plus batch size. I don't think that's right. That might be a bug right there. Oh, it's not a bug. That would work. This is actually the address. I was thinking this would be 1 or 0 every time, but this is 1 or 0. This would be whatever the address index is incremented to. Okay, so I think this is set up. I might actually be to the point where I just need to fix this dialogue. I know I was still running into issues, but a lot of it was surrounding the dialogue here. So I'm thinking if I fix this, All right, let's go into, I think it's receive QR, request QR. Want to grab that, so that would actually be in the send or request. Copy that HTML code. So I think it would actually be that. So QR scan button. QR scan button is that. Let me see how close that field is set up. So not amount. We want input, and input gets set there. So field set article. Interesting. I wonder if that will throw us for a loop here. Article. That's funny. It tried to tell us to do. Closing tag for the input. So article input. And let's copy this to here-ish. Right, so we're going to change this to generate next address. Don't think we need that. Let's see what this does. I'm thinking it's not quite gonna work, but it might. We'll see. All right. It's better than I was hoping for, so that's working-ish. Let's see, what if I move this into... Okay, so it doesn't look like it needs the article surrounding it, so let's drop that. It is not doing full width though, and that's what I want. Nope, that didn't do it. Certainly has the room there. Okay, so I could do width 100% input, and that improves it. Let's find this actually. Okay, so there, let's say width, not negative, 100%. Let's see. Okay, that looks fine. That looks okay, I think. Where else that would be used? Those don't look right anymore. Do they? They always look like that? Hang on. I don't think that should have changed that, so those are fine. Maybe I'm just had what I was expecting to see and not seeing it. Okay. Those aren't gonna have it, I don't think. That's not gonna have it, and that shouldn't have it. Okay. The only other thing I could think of that might have that, well, new contact might. I can do that. So new contact has that. That looks okay still. And then maybe one of the you know, we haven't done anything yet, so let me go ahead and just wipe this out. I'll do the disconnect though. That's something I should test more. I use it, but I stopped using it as much and wiping it because, for instance, that should have deleted all data, and yet it's reporting to me that there's still data here. And so that concerns me because when you look in here, it acts like there ain't no data. Like those are created, but they're empty. If I delete that, I haven't tried that before. Let me see. Interesting. So that cleaned it up a little bit. And if I refresh, that's a lot lower. Essentially, if I recall correctly, it's deleting those. I don't want to get sidetracked though. Stop it. I'll stop that. All right. I was trying to check these. So that's looking okay. The next one would be encrypt. Let me test generating a new wallet real quick, just in case. So we're going to call it Jojo. And next, we're going to copy and these look okay. All right. So that looks fine. But let's go ahead and disconnect again. All right, this time I'm not going to wipe that out manually. I'm going to just try and add a new one and see if maybe there's any funkiness going on there. We do that and Jojo, add and enter our encryption password. Okay. It's looking right. If we do a new contact and open up, where'd it go? Come on, there it is. Right, so if we copy this information and paste it there, now the wallet should be paired again. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it's okay. Like that. But we don't have an icon there. That's not a good icon for it. What icons do we have? Let me see. Icons. What is it called again? Is it that? Yeah. Okay, so we got a QR code one, a QR one, crash, upload, user, plus circle. That might work. Arrow, circle up, arrow, circle down, I closed, open, warning, circle, copy, X dash mark. Let's use plus circle for now. We'll give this a test and see how it looks. QR, receive request QR. Alright, so generate next. I'm gonna do a circle. Am I using this anywhere? And the contact thing. So it's 26 and 16. Let me see if I've got that right. So 16 and 16. 26 and 26. See if that looks right. It might be too big. I might need to drop it back down to 24. That doesn't look good. A circle and a circle doesn't look great. Let me see if what this looks like. Where was that added to? The button. So, button. It doesn't look right either. So not scan alt. This would be generate. Okay, so request generate address alt. Hey, learning something new daily. How are you doing? How's the stream on YouTube? I kept getting complaints from it. Complaining about it. Says it's good now, but I was getting told for a while there that it was poor quality and a lot of latency. Alright, so generate new address. I don't like that. I do think I like me see. Back that off. Or I do that change. So rounded outline. Rounded outline. Rounded outline. But that's not a good icon. Let's see. Instead of plus circle, I think anything that says circle in it, I'm gonna regret using. X, that's what I want. Icon X. I'm gonna see if I can rotate this. So icon X. Call it rotate X to plus. How about that? And if we go into here, am I using this? I don't know if I'm using this. I kind of hope not. That might be extra stuff. Icons, it is being loaded. I think I'm gonna do it in this file for now. No, I will do it in icons. I'm just gonna say rotate X to plus. You're from India, cool. What's the weather like there? What time is it? Is this daytime for you, nighttime? Middle of the day? Afternoon? Rotate X to plus. So we want transform, I think. Not transition, transform. Rotate. Always forget which one. I think it's Z that I want, but I'm not positive. So I'm gonna try 90 degrees. Okay. So let's refresh. Receive. Well, that's something. What happened? Whoa! Don't do that. Thought I was in here. Let's see. So definitely no. Did it rotate? I guess I want, what, 45 degrees? Okay, so I want rotate Z 45 degrees. But even still, it's a little funky. Let me see. So we have icon X. No, we're using it in a few places. There it is, 2626, okay. So we want to go back here and change this from 16 to 26. And let's refresh again. Almost 9:30 in the morning. That's nice. It's like the reverse of that here. Okay, so receive. Ah, that looks a lot closer to what I was wanting. I think it's off slightly, though. I think it's aligned. Yeah, it's aligned up a little bit. That's interesting. I wonder if I could tweak it with this. If I do 28 and 28. It still seems off. That didn't improve it. Okay, that fills it a little bit better, but it's still too much. So maybe it is just 24. Let's try that. That's a lot closer to centered. So 28 and 24. So 28. Maybe I'll leave it 26. Let's just bump this down to 24 first and see how that looks. That's pretty close too. So I'm probably going to leave the width there set to 26. Certainly looks a lot more centered. Okay. Mostly, I don't want to spend a stream looking for a refresh icon, but it would be good to have a refresh icon here, I think. Or something like that. Now that I'm seeing this, though, I'm realizing that's going to confuse users. They might want to click that thinking it's the copy. Yeah, I'm not going to do it there. Now that I've seen it, that will cause too much confusion. Let's reverse this real quick. Wondering if instead we could stick it inside here with the QR and then maybe align it differently. I messed up all sorts of stuff. I am from America. That's where I'm from. Or at. Or both. Let's see. So if this was position absolute and right 0, not great. About top 0. Yeah, same. All right, so that ain't great. I don't love it. I'm gonna cut that out here. Maybe we'll stick it there and see how that looks. Ooh, that's fun. Why is it doing that? Here, copy. Let's do this instead. Although I don't think we want copy on it. Let's just do that. Okay, so, alright. What's it say here? Icon class. Alright. Copy. I'm gonna do this real quick and test this out. Huh. That's interesting. It's in the aside. Oh! Wait, is that doing what I'm thinking it's doing? Even though they're not connected. Yeah, look at that. That's funny. I certainly wasn't expecting that, but all right, different idea. Let me, how was it set up? Like that? Let's copy that and go back to here. See if that solves some of it. Okay. We might not need that input thing. Let's drop input and see if it changes anything. I think input will be getting it 100%. But we don't actually need this one 100%. So if we switch this around and say, oh, what is it? I think we have JC dash, yep, and if we actually do JC end, this might align the way I'm hoping it will. Nope. Psych. On this one. Nope. So that is flex, justify content center. Maybe it's justify item that would do it. Justify herself. And no luck. Not content, that's not working. That isn't either. Line? There we go. So align self end. I don't think I have that in here. So AS and AS align self. Okay, let's do that, and then what was it called again? Request QR. That doesn't look great. Why does that one look better than this one? Oh, I know why. Copy is an icon, not this, but I'm guessing if we adjust these, go down to 24, 24. a little bit better. Let me tweak this here first. That's a bit better. But you know what? When it's not in the button that it was in, I think I'm fine using that other one. Where is that? Contact list. Contact list. PG? That's the one. Okay. I'm gonna comment it out for now. Gonna refresh. See if, yeah, it looks better like that. Doesn't look like it aligned correctly, but a little bit better. Why does it look like this? Line height 1? Nope. Does copy icon copy. Okay, I'm not applying any styles to the copy class. That's good. It's just icon related, it looks like. One, let me see. Do I have that in the classes? Oop, plus circle plus. I do. Okay. I've got that and it works. Instead of this, could do compost circle. Okay, so I might be able to do this and have it look correct. Okay, and plus circle. Yeah, that looks a lot closer to right. Not perfect though. That didn't fix it. Come on. That didn't fix it either. That already has line height 1. Close enough, but I am not loving how it looks. That does not look great either. Oh, life's going all right. Certainly been worse. Apologies for, I don't know how long ago you sent that. It looks like it's been a few minutes. Getting sucked into trying to figure this out. I don't like that. I don't really like it centered either. The other issue I have with it is if you select a contact. All right, I guess it doesn't show the contact. If you select an amount, we probably do need to show the contact, but that's what it looks like, which is not great either. I don't think I would like it up there, but I'll give it a shot. I mean, it doesn't look much different there, but if you do 0.01 receive. How's life going for you, by the way? You working on any fun projects? No, it's doing it again. Poor stream health. That's really irritating. It was good for a little while there. Could maybe switch to something like this, but we don't have support for a title the way it's currently set up. But if I did that, I could stick a generate new address in the header. Or maybe just say new address. I don't know. Plus address. Hey, Blue Jim. Working on a web wallet for the Dash Incubator for the Dash cryptocurrency. And it functions differently than the current wallets available that I'm aware of. And it should function more like Venmo than it does like a normal crypto wallet, I suppose. So you would be pairing with contacts and you would send to and from contacts for the most part. Although it does still have address support. But I'm trying to figure out a better way to do this address generation rather than switching out the address every time this loads. I was trying to decide where to put a button, but with the copy URI there, I'm afraid people will think, oh, I click copy, but they actually clicked generate new, so I want it far enough away from that. Hmm. Certainly not liking it pulled to the left or right, so this might be best option for now. I don't want to spend too much time on this button. I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Is it at the top? Yes. So if I select an amount, okay. All right, I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and I need to hook this button up to something. So I need to copy this and add a listener for it. So handle, probably not click. I think we want to do handle submit like that. So we want something like this. Generate address. And instead of all of that, generate new address. Okay, let's test that for now first. We should get a console log here. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, so that will generate us a new address once we hook it up more. Currently, we were shifting a lot of that into the send or request one, but I think we could copy some of the functionality over. So handle submit. Probably going to be related to derive. All right, let's copy that real quick. Come back here. I'll paste that in there. That we need derive wallet data, eh? Are we importing or nope? Okay. We are passing that in. And let's make sure we're passing it in the main function as well. So derive wallet data. Raise import. Send or receive. Send confirm. I'm going to copy all of that for now. We want request QR, I think it is. But I don't think we need setup dialog. We don't need create transaction. I think we're okay just with those two. All right, go back here. Whoops, not twice. Okay. So now we have derived wallet data. We should have app state in here, I think. Yep. So we get the phrase, we get the account index, address index. We bump the index if needed. Amount needed. I don't know if we need that right now. I'm going to comment that out for a moment. And this, I think we might be able to just do await request QR render. Probably don't want that in there. We might want to pass along the amount. Certainly have something to grab it. So state amount. All right, so we probably want to do state dot amount. And these ones might actually be there as well. I'm going to do state.contact and state.to. All right. And I'm going to delete these. All right, let's see if that works. All right, receive. Cool. Looks like it's working. Let's change this up real quick. Move it down here. I think I can delete this one too. Instead of state event FDE, I might keep FDE. It at least shows us the thing that's triggering. So what I want is receive wallet. Maybe I do want state in there still. Right. Okay. Receive wallet. Then I can look through the state at least a little bit. Oh, dang it. Okay, let's try that out real quick. All right, receive. What do we got? Right, so we should have state and receive wallet. So receive wallet. Count. We've got our address right there. What I wanted to check is the account index, the address index. We should have a usage index right there. I can scroll to it right there. The usage index is 0, which is correct. Right, so in here we should have state wallet right there. And that is also set to the same information, as far as I could tell. And usage index 0. Okay, so those are the same. We could potentially switch this around. Let me see. So instead of that, we do state wallet equals that. And the address index is this. Delete that one. Then we can delete that and not sure if we need both of those right now, but I will keep them because I have them. All right. All right, this should give us, at the minimum, a 0 Otherwise, it will give us more as long as address index is set. And it updates state wallet. Okay, so with that, let's see. We can generate the new one. Actually, that's, I think, what would be handy to me is I'm gonna log specific values real quick just to make it a little bit more clear for me. So state.wallet.address index. We want count index, usage index, and address index. Joined by slash and we can maybe do old is equal to that. All right, let's log that real quick. So receive, generate new. Good. So as you can see, it's changing from 000 to 001, then 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's updating that each time. It's not storing it though. Like right here, if I do that again, it's reset to 0 and 1. Okay, the other thing that I want to test here is if we select a contact and do receive, that should change. Oh, that's good. Good. So that is generating that 1 there instead of the 0 is generating for a different account, which is exactly what I was hoping would happen. I don't know if that's saving either. I'm actually going to refresh. So if that was saving, we should be on 9 now. I'm guessing it's not. Certainly didn't save this stuff. But let's do that. And nope, it started back at... Let's see. I guess I should have cleared that. I think it started back at 1. Okay. Let's go back here. Not there. Accounts, refresh. We've got a contact and our main wallet. So at least that is set to 2. And I'm guessing it happened when we selected the contact like that. So selecting a contact is bumping that usage. So if we were to generate now, it is starting at 3, but I don't think it bumped it from there. And it should. Okay. But if we select a contact and clear this, okay, it did go back to the main account. That's good. But again, it's not updating the main account indexes. Although I think it might if I just kept doing this. That didn't seem to change. Let me test again. Nope. So that should be changing it each time, but it's not. Or more ideally, now that we have that generate new address button in there, it should not be updating it. I think that's where it's updating, but it's not. I don't think that's the right area to be updating anymore. Right, so I'm going to copy this, paste it here. I guess I kind of needed most of that. All right, so what we're going to do here is state wallet. We're no longer using receive wallet, so you don't have access to store. That's interesting. Store, okay. And we'll need to go back to main to make sure we're giving this access to store. Okay, so we get the next address. Okay, so get temp account by the X key ID. I think we might want this now. An HD path here would be temp account, and HD path here would be state.wallet. Okay, so I mean, literally this is just logging so I can see what's actually happening and make sure it's updating correctly. All right, so temp account, we get the current details from the temp account. So account index, usage. Oh, that would not be usage index. All right, that might not work here. So we essentially need this usage index. So usage index is 0 or whatever state wallet usage index is. Then address index would be temp account.usage. And that might work. And I think that. Let me check that real quick. Derive wallet data is here. Address usage. Okay. That no longer makes sense because I replaced the receive wallet thing. So we get the current account, we get the current we kind of convert it a little bit so we can use the usage and address index, or at least display them. We then do the old path based on that. Maybe I'll do the stored path is equal to that one. State wallet is equal to old path. Then we update it with whatever's in temp account wallet. We bump that. We could also probably do that and that, just to make it a little more clear what we're doing. Then we also take the temp account usage or default it. I don't know if we need this. We may have needed it at one point, but I think that should be set, which means we don't need to do that at all. We would just bump that. So we need the usage index, which should be updated now, and the address index, which should also be updated. And we update that. And you want to do stored path. And temp account. All right, let's test that out. Let's do that again. Make sure there's no bugs or errors. All right, receive. Still looking okay. The address is the first one. So definitely didn't grab the usage from there for the address. But I know why. I know where it's set right now. If we swapped this. So if we go to... Wait, I didn't disable that, did I? Let me disable that first. So down here, I've got derived wallet data. I don't think we want to set this here. Oh, we might want that. And that was the only place I was doing set there. So if we go back here, might want that. Did I bring this in? Now I can't recall. I did. Good, good. So it is there if we need it. Okay, so I haven't tested this yet. I just wanted to make sure it's only setting items here. But I do want Might want this. Let me copy that real quick. Go back here. So we get the item. So I think we want this instead. That's right, I changed it to account. So temp account. And temp. Account and account and account. All right, receive is our default address. If we do that, okay, it's changing there. Is that updating though? Doesn't look like that's updating. Guess we haven't clicked generate yet. So it's still updating based on that. But if we generate a new address, now the data may be stale. And we've got, so the stored one is the first one. The old address, that's funny. That might make sense because we essentially have some legacy stuff that we still need to fix. But it did save it that time. So now, we generate it again. I think it should go from 2 to 3. Yep. Okay. And now the old and the new are in sync. Or the old and the stored are in sync. And if we check here, this should be up to 5, okay. So if I, let's see if I select the contact and do that again, what value it got. So state wallet is 6, receive wallet is 3. Why is receive wallet 3? Receive wallet. Receive wallet gets its information from selected wallet or state wallet. Both of them are set there. But maybe I actually need to update that when I set it. So I do, nope, not that. Selected wallet. I might actually do this. I don't like chaining stuff like that in general. Can do it, I don't exactly like it. So selected wallet is equal to state wallet. That might get it working correctly. Let's refresh there, and receive. That's expected. Receive. That changed, but it backtracked, which is also kind of expected. Not ideal, but it's kind of expected. Wait, no. That should have been a new one entirely. It's not updating, which makes sense. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move this there. Don't need just a random comment there. That might get it working as I was expecting. Let's give that a shot. So receive, opened up. It opened to the default one, but let me actually copy this while I'm thinking of it. Select an address. Okay. So receive. I select a contact. We got that now. So stored is 5. It started from the old one is 0. The next one is 6. So it did use the temp account. We click receive. That is a different address. That is what I was hoping for. And if I do generate, should have incremented from 7 to 8, but it actually incremented from 5 to 6. So stored, it ignored the one that came in. So what we could maybe do is let next adder IDX, maybe I'll just spell it index equal right. I'm trying to think this through. So if next address index is less than this might fix it. So we're essentially defaulting to the stored value and adding one. Or maybe we should do, let's see. Is that what I want? So we default to the stored value. At that point, it should be at the minimum 0. So if it's then less than whatever the wallet index is, we set it to the wallet index. And then we actually say the next index should be hang on, maybe I'm mixing this up. Or maybe, I don't think that should ever be undefined. So that should be defined. There's a chance that could be undefined, I think. Which is why I do that, to make sure it is. So next address is at the minimum -1. If it's less than address index, we set it to address index. Then we add 1. And that should give us the new one that we log right there and right here. But if we're doing that, we could just take this and say, let new path equal that. And then we just say new path. New path. New path. All right, let's try that out. All right, what have we got? So usage index 7, 3, if we do receive and select contact, receive, it changed. What the value changed to, it did use address index 8. And then if I do that, good, it went from 9 to 10 that time. That's what I was expecting, instead of like 7 to 8 and going down 1. And so if we refresh this, okay, went to 10, Good. And let's do it again for good measure. All right, 10.11, it synchronized the stored value and the new value. And we can go again, 11 to 12. And if we check here, we're up to 12, good. Let's select a contact this time. And it should switch us. I don't think that switched us. Or at least I'm worried it didn't. State wallet. Okay, it does say receive wallet is index 1. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, it did switch us. So we were on index 3 that was stored. It switched us to index 4. And then we click generate and we got up to index 5 and 6. Okay. What I don't think I like anymore, though, is inside of... Ooh, don't do that. Inside of here, I don't think I want it to be increasing. I don't think I want that. We might want this, though. So I might want state is equal to this, but since we don't want it to increment, we just want a 0 if it's nullish. Okay. And then here, I don't think we want that. Actually, we don't need to do that at all if... Okay, so that, and then if the receive wallet key ID and the state wallet key ID are the same, I think we also don't want that. I think we just want it to be this. I don't know if we need that. I don't think we do. Okay, that I think should fix the incrementing. Nope, that one might also do it. Let me copy that and go back up here. Do that. Right, receive, refresh. And you know what? Kind of like this. So I might actually put this into like utils or something. We are importing utils already. So I'm gonna copy these couple things real quick. Go into utils. And I don't want that. The other thing I want, I'm gonna copy that, paste, and we're gonna say get address index from usage. Right, I actually like that better. So what we need is wallet. Let's do wallet first and account. And then copy this. We return that. And we want drop that and that. Not temp there. Okay. So get partial and get address index from usage. I don't know if I like that name, but I'm leaving it for now. I believe we were in. Let's do this one first. So we want that and get partial. Right. So we're going to copy those and come down here. And we can eliminate that. Oops. Let's paste those again and comment them out temporarily. So we want partial HD path. Like so. All right. And would be temp account is second, state wallet is first. And we want to delete that. Okay. Now that we have those, we want to copy that over. Let's go back into here. And where was that other one? That right there. then we log them like this. So now when we actually click the receive here, as part of this from contact, we should also have the paths that we're trying to interact with now. All right, so if I refresh this, those should be there. So let's do receive, select, receive. There you go. So we're going from 12, 13 to 12. Interesting. Why did that happen? Oh, I didn't implement this. But I think that's okay, because it comes back to here and we figure it out right here. So that's probably okay with how I want it to work. Yeah, so it did go from 13 to 14, so that's okay. If we select contact and say receive. Ooh, interesting. This time it did 106 0017. Okay, but what do we get there? So it did do the right account. It did switch it, but for some reason what we're logging here is not correct. So the stored path was for the right account. That was the first one. The old path was for the wrong account. Oh, so I think what we need to do here is this would actually be a receive wallet. And I guess we're not modifying the receive wallet down here. We're only modifying the state wallet. And that's only if key ID, if they're the same. I think we would want that. All right, let's try that. Okay, so we've got usage 7, usage 16, receive, select a contact, that bumped. Now we're on 17, although it didn't update because we haven't clicked generate new address. We do that again. Okay, so I did think I had disabled that. Find +1 out wallet. That shouldn't be affecting us. +1. Oh, I think I got it. So in here, we are modifying all of this now. And so when we reopen send or receive, we're sending the updated one. Uh-oh. Now it's not just YouTube complaining about my bitrate. Looks like Twitch is also complaining. I might have some connection issues here. That's annoying. How long has it been unstable for? Well, I'm gonna keep going for now. Doesn't seem like it's unstable on the OBS side, so I think I might just have a bad connection. All right, so if I do that, then it would only increment if you're clicking generate. Let me see if that does what I'm hoping it will. All right, so receive, you select a contact, receive. All right, so now it's not incrementing. It's staying at 16. But if I do generate, it's changing. And if I do that, it's staying. Okay. And if I swap contacts, that's staying. Okay. And let's see. That's looking like it's roughly right. But you know what? If we go back, so this is where I do think I need to indicate which contact it's for. I had it in there. I didn't like how it looked. It was making it too cramped, so I removed it. But we really do need to include some form of information. Let me do address txt. So might actually like the generate being in there. I don't know. Let's see. So I thought, this is weird. I thought I had something for 2. Maybe I full on removed it. But you know what? Inside of send confirm, I just modified the amount one. So show amount. Let's see if this works. I'm going to copy this one over to QR. I'll paste it there and comment this one out for now. So output, I don't think it would be full amount here. It would be just amount. So show amount. Oh, let's grab that too. So get contact. That. So if contact info name exists, 2 is that. If no 2 and contact alias, 2 is equal to that. If still no 2, it's equal to 2. Or that. Okay, so I think that would fix the undefined. Well, let's not do that there. So to oh no, that would be right. I was thinking we might want to show the address. Oh wait, this is for receive. So this will be slightly different. Maybe we do want that. Nope. Okay, so we'll try that. It switches a little bit around, but let's go ahead and refresh. Actually, this would be from. We'd want this in here. So if state let contact equal that, if contact that, otherwise return HTML. We probably don't need that, but amount. And then show from state.show from state. All right. And I might do that. Okay, let's try that out. Receive, nothing set there. I select a contact, nothing set. If I do amount 0.001, receive, amount, share to receive. Actually, I'm already realizing I might want that text small must have a color set on it. No? Has div, has plus div. Whereas before, I'm not gonna worry about that a ton right now. But let's test actually selecting. All right, share to receive funds from Byte. If we did, let's see. Okay, I hadn't tested with an amount before, but if we do see generate, good, it kept the amount. I was afraid it would drop it, but it looks like it's keeping it. That's good. If I select a contact and clear this and do receive, now it says amount again. And uh-oh, did it swap back? It did not. Okay, that's good. Well, no, sorry. That's bad, but it's good I caught that because now I know it's not resetting properly. So send QR. Let's see. So it actually was in here. We deleted that. So to find FDE2. All right. I think what we want to do is to starts with you find the contact. Well, contact. I thought maybe we were returning. The state contact. Sorry, I'm trying to think this through here. So from contact. Yeah, I was thinking maybe we were setting it to state.contact, but it doesn't look like it. At least right here, contact. So we should have received from contact amount. Contact is undefined. So contact is undefined. 2 is empty. So it should have reset. But we have what? Receive. Okay, so receive and state wallet are still set to account index 1. Okay, so receive wallet. If there's no in wallet, should have done that. No in wallet. Maybe I'm gonna 0. Whoa, what the heck? Macro 5. Don't do macro 5. I didn't say do that. Okay, so at this point, if there's no in wallet gets set way up here if 2 starts with an @ sign. So as in it's a contact. So if there's no in wallet, we definitely want to switch back to 0 index. And so I think that should solve it. But where that would go wrong is we're still trying to use that. So we actually want something like this. Up higher, I think. So if there's no in wallet, we get the account. We might still need to do that actually. That would give us the X key ID of the main account. We could request it, get the temp wallet data. I don't like this. If I can, I need to find a better way to do it. But we would essentially do, all right, derive wallet data of something like this. right, had a thought. Let me see. So we've got local storage, and local storage has selected wallet, which points to wallets inside of wallet. Nope, no dice. I was thinking maybe wallet would point to the account it's for, but that's not the case. So yeah, there's probably a better way to do this. I don't want to spend too much time on this now. If it works, let me check this real quick. So Arrive wallet data should default. Okay. So with those defaults, I don't need to set that at all in this instance. So go back to request. No, not request. This one. All right, so I don't need those at all there. I can collapse that down now. Okay, so we derive the main. I might actually do let main wallet equal that, and then we do temp account main wallet. Okay. All right, let's refresh here. So now I think it should update correctly. We do receive. Starts at the 0 index 1, but if we select, it bumps up. Oh, actually, I want to check this too. So it starts at the 0 index when it loads here, but let's check. So we're at 18. If I do generate new, it looks like it went to 19. Good, 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 good. That's working like I was hoping it would. All right, so 19 and that one's 15. So let's go generate another one just to make sure we're still generating on the right one. All right, not that I expected differently. But now we're into usage case 20. And if we look at addresses, we've only got 80. And so it should, this is where we need the batch generation, which we haven't implemented yet, but I was just trying to get this request stuff solidified before implementing the batch stuff we've already worked on. So let's swap the contact to byte, receive. All right, so we should be on account index 1 with address index 15. And if we go here and refresh these, we are on 15. Should get us to 16. Uh-oh. Something broke. Okay, so select a contact. It's not setting the contact anymore. Why did that just change? did increment that contact. It says 2 is byte right there. Still byte. Contact is set to byte. So those are set. Did we change something here that broke it? Alias selector. Request QR. Am I using that? Why is that in here? That's not being used. So show from, show amount. We've got show amount. Oh, okay. There is no show amount. That's why it's not being set. If I set amount, it would show. So, let's see. Go from. All right, let's try that out. So if you have not set an amount, and let's do that first. It didn't break. Right, share to receive funds. Okay, so we've got that. It is set to that contact. It's generating new ones for the contact, so we should be at 19 now. Usage 19. If we select back, clear this, receive. Okay, it switched back. It did clear that, and let's check. All right, it says we're at 20. It doesn't look like it updated, so we're at 19 and 20. We generate new. Good. Switched back now, and it's incrementing. Okay, good. But I think we don't have this address in our addresses. So if I come here and I refresh this, we only have 80. So I don't think that address exists yet. And this is exactly, or at least part of what I've been trying to fix. I just ran into issues with this dialogue that I didn't realize were there. So, that was a really long way to get to this, but it had to be done. This is where we would batch generate account addresses. So this would happen inside of generate address. Yeah. So generate address, and generate address, adders. Okay, so if we refresh again here, the slight problem we'll have right now is because we hadn't fixed that yet. When it generates, it's not going to be, we're going to be past that index already, I think. If we do receive, let's try this. That did change it. It shouldn't have incremented it. We could maybe we could maybe add that into the receive thing here-ish. So if we did that, okay, let's try that before we increment, because that might save us and generate the address that we've already kind of used. So receive, select, receive, and still 80. Uh-oh. That's interesting. Okay, so let's check out batch generate account adders. Nah, that's not what I wanted to do. We want wallet here. So it did do that. Account index 0. Usage index. Filter query account index. Get filtered store length. 40. If usage index. So I think so the query string did not include the usage index. Okay. Let me move this to closer to where I need to be. All right. If I do that and then that. All right, let's try that out real quick. Okay, so receive, select a contact, receive. Ah, look at that. Although I'm a little concerned. Address, generate address iterator should not be the exact same one every time. All right, something's haywire there. Okay, that is interesting. So it ran it 20 times, it looked like, but it did the exact same address 20 times. That's interesting. All right, so so let's see, get filtered. Res is 20. So it only found 20. We did it again, it should be 21. Let's see. Select a contact, receive. 21. Okay. All right, so it did request that. Account address length, that should not have been run. It is not 0. It is 21. If usage index is defined, so it should say right here, usage index is 0. Count index 0, usage index 0. Okay, that's right. So it got there, which means it would have gotten into this one. And batch address generate needs the wallet, which we give it, the account index, which we give it, the address index, and the usage index. Okay, so it would have gotten into this function, which is only used there, at least in this file. So it should have gotten here. Should have taken the address index, added the batch size of 20. It definitely ran 20 times. I think it got down here, it ran. But I had a typo there. An account index, that should be fine. So that may have been the only problem right there. So account index, address index. Let's check the other usage of this. Oh, so I missed it in that one, but I got it in the other. Okay. That was a typo on my part. Now it should work, I think. So let's clear that, receive. I'm going to clear that too. It's saying we have 41. We select a contact. Actually, we don't select one. We just do that. Hey, look at that. Those look different now. All right, so we generate address iterator. It's a bunch of different addresses now. And then we store all of them. So if we look, now we've got 100. Does that make sense? We had 80, so plus 20. No, we should have had 81. I think we had 81. I guess that's okay, though. All right. But regardless, what we want is if I click generate new address, it tried to run. It did a query. Interesting, though. Okay, good. Oh, that's right. We do have 40. Okay, so do it again. Again. So once we get to number 30 here, I think it should run again if things are working properly. So if we look here, I think we should be on, what, 24? Yep. So let's do it a few more times. 27, 28, 29, 30. Boom. That's exactly what we wanted to have happen. Okay. So now we refresh, we're on 30. And if we look at addresses, we should have 109. That's not quite what I was expecting. But I think it's because of this. So address index. Address index plus batch size. So I'm thinking it ran 20 times, but it... Let's see, what did it run from? So we should have been on index. On index. Usage index. We should have been on index 30, I think. So final address index should have been 50. Oh, that's interesting. That's a foobar on my part. but it should be okay to just add await there. What I don't want it blocking on setting the items, which it's not awaiting that. So it should still do it, but not stop the rest of the processes. So and I apparently only missed await there too. If I clear that, refresh, I guess I'll clear again once it finishes. Okay, so receive. We're gonna select and receive. Okay. And what do we got? So 109. Still 109. So let's do that. We're on 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 6, 37, 38, 39. Boom. Okay, so we hit and this time we should have addresses with value set. Good. So now at least we can see it generated 39 through 58. How's it doing this numbering? That's 19 of them. Starting into 0 index, so that's 20 addresses, or should be. So shouldn't the last address index be 59? Am I crazy? Length 20. Zero plus 10 is 10. 10 plus 10 is 20. Address index, batch size, batch limit. Batch size. Okay, so here we do if account adder's length is less than or equal to address usage index plus batch size divided by 2. So that should be 10. It should increment from, or it should run from there. Maybe it's because of that. So if it was 0, that would set the batch size. Batch size equals batch size. I don't know if we should be doing that. Regardless, it's at least working more than it was. And we do have our value in there this time. So that's the one we were looking for. And with it there, it means if we received funds at it, we would be able to update our balances based off of it. All right, so that should be greatly improved there. What else do we need to do? We also need to do that for change. So it would probably be in confirm here, I think. Probably gonna wrap up here soon. My stream has been complaining since I started that it's unstable, and I don't want to work too late tonight, so we are at least making progress, which is what I wanted. So inside of confirmation here, I believe we do the create transaction. No. Oh, we send transaction here. Okay. So in here, we send right there. Okay, we actually want here with create EX right there. Let's see. Get adders with funds. Funding adders. We decide if we want to do a full send or not. I might actually change this. For now. Well, AJ86 is the one who told me to set it that way, but I noticed when I thought I was going to be able to get a few more sends back and forth, that I ended up doing a full send one transaction. So I'm going to do that temporarily, although I missed that. Okay. Or wait, no, that's not what I want. Let me undo that. So what I actually want is just to shift it by one. That's what I wanted. Okay. At least for while I'm testing this, I'd prefer that much rather than the other one. Okay, so create transaction. I believe that's also in wallet here. Yep. And create transaction. How are we getting the change address? It's returned by one of these. I'm gonna look at this one first. Oh, and that uses this. And the other one does too. Change address, cached addresses. Alright, so when we come into here, we do array is array fund addresses. If fund addresses length is greater than 0, change address. This is what I think we want to change around. So if it's an array and it has items, we run that. If not, we treat it as a string and we treat the address that it's set to Is that right? Fund adders. No, we treat it as an object, and then we grab the address after deriving that. All right, so I'm kind of thinking, hmm. I'm kind of thinking if we had an inverse of this. So if the values are equal for the wallet IDs and value insight less than or equal to 0. I don't know if I like this. I think I want kind of something like this. I have another function set up for this. So query. Or iterate. Find in store. Find in store is a very similar function, but instead of storing the length, it returns the actual value. So I think that's what I want. Result length. Okay, so where am I using find and store? Nowhere in that file. Not sure we actually want that. I think we log this tx to tx transaction. That's where I was logging it. Okay. I want that re-enabled. Okay, so create tx returns. Or maybe we don't need that. We need the wallet. Create EX. Let change wallet equal state wallet and usage index is equal to dash hd dot change. Do not have dash hd in here? Hmm. Okay, so change wallet is equal to wallet with usage index of change. Is that going to be right though? Because it should get the wallet information there. Maybe this will work. Let's see, console.log. Okay, temp account, change wallet. Let's do change wallet. Account wallet. Account. Okay, let's see if that does what I'm hoping it will. And we should be able to look for derive and refresh. So if we go send, wait, I can't do it there. I don't have a balance, so it'll freak out and try and get us to fund it. All right, I do have a balance here. If I do send 5, let's see, 0.001, send. So the temp account index 0, address index 0. Is that right? I don't think that's right. Okay, so it's actually what? Send wallet. Out wallet address index. +1. So if instead of that we do send wallet, that's not going to be right. Out wallet is equal to contact outgoing in wallet. Okay. No in wallet and no wallet xpub. If in wallet, no in wallet, we do that. If in wallet, wallet address. So it might be here we'd want to do it. Would sending have already taken place? It has. Oh, interesting. Let's see here. So the out wallet won't actually have the change addresses that I was hoping it would, or thinking it would at first. It's the in wallet that does. So I'm putting that there temporarily because I need to shift this other stuff around. So I need, I think, all of this to go. Well, I'm gonna do this. So move this part up to here. With no in wallet, we do that. So it is this one I want to focus on right now, and we want to move all of this. I'm gonna drop that. Do that. Okay. And it's actually receive wallet, EID, and receive wallet. We switch to the change one. And change. It would actually, it might be fine to also just use your main wallet change addresses and never do change to the user wallet. I'm not sure. Either way, I think that's what would give us what I'm expecting. Hopefully, as long as it doesn't break. So now if we go back to this one, refresh. Where's the dev tools for it? Is it this one? Did look like it was this one. I just position. Yeah. Okay. Let's assume it's that one. Let's there send 0.001 send. Okay, so now confirm send to derive. That's the one. Derive change wallet. Temp account is account index 1. Usage. Okay. So the temp account and the temp account wallet are essentially the same thing. Although I thought they should be different. Oh. The temp account wallet has the address index and the usage index set, which means when we use it with the get address index from usage, well, actually, that is the one. So that's how it's getting set. It's grabbing it from that. And then we're deriving the change wallet. So the first change wallet is account index, usage index 1. Is that right? Change wallet. Oh, okay. No, I was expecting this. So I want to see this one too. Okay, so let's refresh and try this again. Send to Jojo 0.001 send. All right, so receive wallet is account index 1, usage index 0, which is what I was expecting. The change has usage index set to 1. And the derived change which isn't clear, but the reason we do the derived wallet on top of it is because of the usage right here. If we had actually used them, we could have usage like 25 right there, and usage 25, the initial one could be completely different. So receive wallet could have an address index already set. Actually, let's just do that so we can show it. Clear that. So if we do receive and we do our select a contact thing and do receive, uh-oh, something went haywire. That should have worked. Interesting. It's definitely doing something, but it's not. And it's probably because I moved this around. If no in wallet, we set the receive wallet. So then when we get down here, that would break. So that it's saying receive, then it's saying the wallet, and then the selected wallet, which is undefined. So it is getting to here. But it's acting as though receive wallet X key ID is not set. Whoops. Whoops. All right, receive wallet and state wallet xpub. So if no in wallet and no state wallet xpub, return. Let's try that again. So select a contact, receive. All right. This time, receive wallet returned an empty object, but it should have been set. So we've got receive wallet. It gets arrived in either of these instances. It's not being overridden here, so we should be able to get to it. We've got amount, goes down to there. Oh, I see what's happening. So if the intent includes amount, so we essentially shifted this into inaccessible code. I thought they were at the same level. We've got amount, send. So if intent send, okay. Scan, send, intent is equal to send and no amount, to send, amount ends there, okay. So if it's done there, will it work? Maybe. I'm a little concerned because inside of send, we do have this receive wallet. Oh, that's for insufficient funds. Let's call it fund wallet instead. And then instead of receive wallet here, we say fund wallet. Okay. All right, let's try that out and see if it's working now. All right, so receive, select a contact, Jojo, set. Okay, cool. That changed. It did set Jojo, and I don't think it should have incremented any of our values yet. At least that's the ideal. Yep, so 0, 0. But if we do that, it should have. Refresh. Now we've got 1, 0. I'm going to do it 1, 2. So now we should be on 3. All right. So we're up to receive index 3. And if we exit out and do send instead and say to Jojo, and we do send, now we should be able to see the derive looks a little bit different. So we've got the receive wallet is set to account index 1, usage index 0, address index 0. Is that right? That address index shouldn't be 0. I want to refresh real quick and see if there's something buggy. Okay, so not that. Back to here. To Jojo. 001. Send. Okay, this one. That's not right. Oh! It is. And I understand why now. But I don't think I can easily show it. What is it? So we have the contacts and the aliases. Inside of our contacts here, it's encrypted. But our contact has the in-wallet thing that we're grabbing here. So if no in-wallet, but if there is, we're doing in-wallet and account index and address index from the in-wallet. So one of the things I did, and now I'm remembering it, and now I know why it was important, is I just deleted this code. Where is it? Right there. That code right there. Okay, so if I take that and go back here So this was only relevant if we were incrementing the address index. But I stopped doing it in this function. However, where we are incrementing it, it looks like I need to implement that. Or let's see, am I logging this anywhere? Oh, you know what? In wallet itself is likely that. Let's see. So in wallet comes from contact. All right, so we should be able to log contact, and I can show it here. All right. Now if I refresh and I say contact, well, actually, it's still going to be in Derive. All right, so let's see. Receive. No, not receive. Send to Jojo. 001. Send. All right, so now we have Derive with contact. You see the alias. And this is what I was trying to think of how to show, is we've got outgoing and incoming and our contact information. But incoming has this SYATZ blah blah blah, and that lines up with this account key. So it appears that we are tracking information inside of the incoming wallet that is also tracked in the account. And it would probably be better to just track it in the account and not in both places. So then we would maybe we can maybe even drop almost all of this and just have like wallet and the X key ID. Oh, it's getting late. I think I need to wrap up. I'm not gonna get to this tonight. Today, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be incrementing it in both places and storing it in both places. It's just a waste of storage. So I'm going to have to combine this into the accounts. I think that's the proper place to store it. Originally, when I first made these, I didn't have the accounts thing, but I realized I did need to track the accounts. So I'm going to have to combine that. But it's going to have to happen another time. That said, oh, I do want to be able to commit something, so All right, I'm actually gonna copy that. I don't know if I actually need to do this here. Or if it was just because I'm messing with the state wallet. Maybe it is. Maybe that's why I have to do that. All right, I'm going back to send after all. So in send, pasting this back here. Instead of what we had, I am going to use state wallet after all. The state wallet, and state wallet is equal to that. Okay, so let's test this real quick. And see accounts. Let's bump accounts usage a couple times. Hope that worked. Yep, so now it's 2. Now let's do send to Jojo. That and send. Okay, so now if we look at Drive, the state wallet is account index 0, usage 0, address index 0. It doesn't seem right. It didn't update. Let me refresh first. I'm not gonna get to fixing this today, but I want at least kind of working. Okay, so that. State wallet. I think state wallet should not be 000. So that's another thing I need to check into here. Okay, either way, it does in the temp account usage, it's grabbing the usage, so the address index. And the, let's see, change wallet or derive change wallet. It does have a different address key ID. That's interesting. Why is that? Address key ID. And a palm and there. That's interesting. Oh, wait, that makes sense. Because Change Wallet hasn't actually changed yet. Change Wallet we overrode with the usage index, but it's actually the same as State Wallet, which is VE. Okay. And then we actually do the derivation and we get POM. So that would be our actual change address for the first one. If we come out to the top-ish here and say address, change address. Oh wait, didn't I cut that? Is that why it's running twice? That's interesting. I thought I had cut that, but let's see, change address would be let, no, not let, change address is equal to drive change address. So, right, drive change wallet. Where is it? Derived change wallet address. Not state wallet. There it is. Okay, so derived change wallet address is equal to change address. Yeah, I'm not gonna get this finished. I think I'm gonna wrap up here for now. What needs to happen is we get the change address outside of here now. We actually need to pass change address in to the create TX. Which I'm kind of thinking I'd do as an array. Not because I have to, but you did change adders as an array. Then if you want to supply multiple at some point, we could do that. But essentially, instead of this telling us what our change address is based on the first one, we'd want to pass in. Let me make sure before I do this. Let's see. The create transaction is used there. That's where it's defined, and it's not really used here. It's just passed into functions. So we should be okay as long as we update this one, and it's already updated. And this confirm doesn't need it. Confirm isn't using the create transaction. It's only sending. So yeah, it's only send or receive that needs it. Right here. We need to update this. Okay, so we're gonna do, see, create standard transaction. And the other one, optimal transaction. Okay. Right, so now inside of this function, essentially we're passing this a bunch. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so we do that. Back up there. And change adders all the way here to do for now I'm gonna say change adders 0. Oh, that's funny. It's not even really used here. So, actually, I'm going to delete this. No sense passing it in if it's not really needed there. Okay, so back to derive. I'm going to delete that. Okay, so that fixes that for now. This one doesn't need that there. Change adder. Set there. Matching denom index recipient. Okay. All right, that should at least. Let's see, send that. Send. All right. Actually, we don't just want derive, we want tx info. So our transaction has input of 1, output of 2, and there's our address we were looking at. So there's our change address versus the address we're trying to send to. Okay, so we did get that in there. It'll need some more work, but now I'm gonna go ahead and send that. All right, I'll open that up. Shows that. Okay, so we should have also had. Okay, so we detected the transaction inside of the WebSockets. it looks like. And when we did, we triggered the stuff. Let's see. Addresses. Okay, so what we want to check is that Palm address. No? Let's grab it from here. Okay, so we want to see Palm. There it is. And look at that. Now it has a balance. That's exactly what we were hoping for. So we at least have a change address. We've got that partially implemented. We've got some of the bulk insight stuff partially implemented. And yeah. I'm actually gonna make a new branch and say fix batch adder gin. I'm gonna create that. Then I'm going to commit this stuff. So as I've been stocking up quite a bit of changes here. I think it would be good to get it committed before I stock up too much more. So let's say style UI add styles for generate headers. Okay, do that. Let's see. Usage index. There might be a few of those. I want to look through of these like one line changes and do those first. Yeah. All right, this will be, this is more refactor, I think, and right, then I want to do these constants and these utils. All right, and so add helper utils and constants. Right. Now we can look at this. So we've got I don't know if I need that. We were having an issue, so I needed that warning then, but I don't need it enabled now. Change address. Lots of changes there. Right. Right, so fix UI. It's a bug. And what do we want to call this? Shift received address generation to QR dialog to request QR dialog. Okay, and we'll go ahead and push that. All right, push that, and we're gonna come to, where is it? Come on, window. I know you're there somewhere. There it is. Right, so we're going to create a new pull request, not to master. We're going to do it to the, oh, I need to clean up some branches. We're going to do it to the Stash Wallet implementation. Let's see, fix batch address generation and receive. Fix batch and receive dialog address generation. Let's assign to that, and want to link to the issue. So related to number 53, I believe. And issues surrounding it. Related to number 53 and issues surrounding it. We've updated the received dialog to have a button that manually generates a new address, as well as trigger the batch address generation if the index DB cache is low. Related to number 53 and issues surrounding it, we've updated the received dialog to have a button that manually generates a new address, as well as trigger the batch address generation if the IndexedDB cache is low. We've also updated the send dialog to support change addresses rather than reusing received addresses. All right, and let's say create pull request. All right, now I'm done. So, thank you everyone who tuned in and participated and chatted. I appreciate it. And please consider liking, following, subscribing, sharing, commenting. And yeah, if you didn't like something, if you think I can improve, let me know in the